Then I scooted over to Mitchell Kruger, playing a local Aussie around here. My old coach, Craig Carden, is coaching Mitchell, so I try to cheer him on to a first set. So the Aussie fans do not crucify me, but you know, I was very much pro-American. I was off the clock, so don't hold it against me.
And how about Daniil Medvedev nearly getting knocked out on Rod Laver Arena as well? We have had some tennis today, that's for sure. And well, there could be an upset on the cards today. Jasmine Paolini, 4th seed, takes on Wei Sijia. And she's a qualifier, so she already has a little bit of experience playing here in Melbourne Park, but not on this very court. And what a beautiful court it is.
Oh, it's just one of my favorite courts to play at. It was one of the first big wins I've ever had was on Margaret Arena. I beat Roberta Vinci out here, and it's really an intimate setting. It's really nice to get comfortable in, and that's probably my favorite thing about the Australian Open is all the stadiums are very intimate. You really feel at home. It doesn't feel like a giant stadium like the US Open, like Arthur Ashe. So you can really get hunkered in and find your rhythm as soon as possible.
For round 1 women's singles action, please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from China, Wei Sijia.
Well, she came through qualifying in emphatic style, beating Nina Stojanovic to secure a spot in the main draw of a Grand Slam for the very first time. How will she fare today against the world number 4?
And please welcome their opponent from Italy, Jasmine Paolini.
Well, she looks cool, calm and collected, as she usually does. Always grinning, always smiling. And what a 2024 season Jasmine Paolini produced. Last year saw her become a 2-time Grand Slam finalist and, importantly, an Olympic gold medalist. She climbed from outside of the world's top 30 to inside the top 5. But how will the 4th seed cope with attempting to back up what has been the best season of her career? That's the big question, isn't it?
I think there's 2 hardest points in Sowen's career. It's their sophomore year, their 2nd year ever on tour, trying to defend for the first time all those big WTA points, the Grand Slam points, and then the first time they make the top 10. And I think Jasmine Paolini, as she has said, going into all the interviews last year, that if somebody would have asked her at the start of the year, would she have dreamed that she would have ended with 2 Slam finals and being inside the world's top 10?
Okay,
she would have said, oh, you must be kidding.
Few reminders for today. We have shot clocks, all 4 sides. For the towels, boxes, all 4 sides as well, with blue and red inside. Please take blue today, please take red today. We also have electronic line live calling, so everything comes automatically. On this court, we also have video review option. If you want to challenge anything, just say challenge. You can challenge stuff as double bounce, not up, touch calls, hindrance, okay? Yeah. Foul shots. Any questions from your side? After the coin toss, please face that side and have a picture with Eli, okay? We also have a special coin. Let me just show them. This is heads and this is tails. This is heads and this is tails. Who would you like to ask?
For me?
Heads or tails? Heads. Tails. Serve. Have a good match. Please face it. Don't worry about the coin.
Now, formalities done and dusted. Malika Andrey, our guiding voice for this first round encounter between Jasmine Paolini and Wei Sijia. Bit of a gulf in experience out here today. Wei only 21 years old, her opponent 29. What a fantastic opportunity it is for the young Chinese player. She's ranked 117 in the world, which is actually her career high ranking. Making inroads at a reasonably young age there, Coco, but she's sort of come into her own in the last couple of weeks or so. I mean, she won that, or made the final for 125 in Canberra, and then she worked her way through the qualifying stages here in Melbourne Park, but today she faces a really tough test in Jasmine Paolini.
No, she really does. It's not easy to get through qualifying. I've only ever been able to do it here twice at the Australian Open. It's 3 really tough matches, but I couldn't think of a better opportunity for Wei. She had 2 days off, maybe 3 days off after reaching the final round of qualifying. She's playing a seed in the first round, and she's definitely poised to do it. I think that most of these Chinese players, especially after seeing Queen Wen, that being able to get out and see another player from your country be so successful is definitely a motivation factor.
Well, 2 titles for Jasmine Paolini. She was so close to 2 more, wasn't she? Wimbledon and the French Open, making the final of both of them last year. What a fantastic season she had. And this really is a bit of a different look for her. She's no longer the underdog, but my goodness, how her game has developed over the years. Early on in her career, she was very much a clay courter. And now, well, she can go deep on the grass.
2 minutes.
She's proved she can go deep on the clay. And she's got the game to do so on the hard as well.
Do we dare say that there's a target on her back? I mean, being in the 4th seed and coming into a Grand Slam after having the success that she had, like you mentioned, Pippa, it's definitely a target. And there's a lot of women out there that want to be Jasmine Paolini, that want to have the success that she had last year. And I think that Jasmine Paolini is going to be able to defend, but to what extent? I think it's going to be hard-pressed to meet another 2 Grand Slam finals, but the form that she showed at United Cup, I think, was very impressive.
Well, here's a look at the weather, and there simply isn't a cloud in the sky at the moment. 24 degrees Celsius, a very, very light breeze. So pretty much perfect conditions
1 minute
for a tennis match. There's a very small section of this arena that is in the sun at the moment, but the rest of it is shaded from the sun.
best of 3 tiebreak sets. Wei Sijia won the toss and elected to serve.
And head-to-head there, well, unsurprisingly, they haven't faced one another before. Wei very inexperienced at this level of the game, but how do you prepare for a match like this? She's never played someone inside of the world's top 10. It's a real step up for her.
It's definitely a very big step up, but I do think there is an advantage of going through qualifying. I think having those 3 matches almost makes you a bit seasoned in that regard, as opposed to Paolini, who's coming out for her first match with all the accolades that we have mentioned, being a 2-time Grand Slam finalist in singles, being an Olympic gold medalist in doubles. That is something that you have to carry around, not only on the court, but also in the locker room. So that's a lot of added extra stress that Paolini has never seen, never felt. So Wei, I think, has a very good opportunity to at least make inroads. To what extent, we're going to find out, but it's all about getting the first game under your belt, especially the first service game, making it contentious, making yourself feel comfortable, get the footwork going, do all the little things right.
Absolutely, and this is really where it all started for Paolini. She made the 2nd week of a Grand Slam for the first time last year at the Australian Open. I remember interviewing her afterwards, and she couldn't believe it. She was absolutely delighted. And then what did she go and do? She went on to make 2 finals. I mean, such an unbelievable year for her.
But she wasn't delighted about the 2nd week. She was delighted to be interviewed by you. Come on, give yourself some credit up here.
First set. Wei Sijia to serve. Ready? Play.
Question as well is, where are Paolini's fitness levels at the moment? Because she pulled out of Adelaide, cited that as some tiredness from the United Cup. some big hitting already.
You see Wei already hugging the baseline really hard. That's a very generic way that a lot of the players from China play. They grow up on a very fast, hard court surface, so being able to hold the baseline is key.
This year is the first time that 8 players from China are in the starting field of the women's draw at the Australian Open. Must be doing something right.
Out. 15-14.
And that's the key, isn't it? First serves, get yourself in the point. Especially in these early games. Well, the full seed gets the first blow.
First game.
A break of serve. That'll dust off the cobwebs for Paolini.
There's definitely no better start as a seeded player than getting an early break, just really stamping your authority on the match. And that's something that Paolini has done so well. It's because she can make so many balls back in play. We've seen her be able to amp up the power, but her stock standard style of game is really just hunkering down at the baseline, making her opponents feel the pressure and feel suffocated because she's making so many balls back in play. You think, man, what do I have to do to get a ball past her at some point, which makes you go closer to the lines, deeper into the corners, and that only creates a lot more unforced errors.
Oh, the return of serve, too hot to handle.
Led for service. Out. 15 all.
A bit of a miscue there by Wei. She's got to get some rhythm out here, and a drop shot's not going to help that. She's got to get into some baseline exchanges.
That's better. Set up the point nicely with a well-struck return of serve. This is how she likes to play, isn't it? Always moving forwards, looking to approach the net with that momentum going through the ball.
Very much better hitting there by Wei. She's getting, like you just said, Pippa, getting her momentum going forward on the ball, but it's more so her base is just more solid. She's not reaching anywhere. She's very stable, and when she's making her strike on it, that's a big key when you're trying to get some power off of your shots.
Consistency of Paolini, just so relentless. I mean, she could stay out here all day, couldn't she, Paolini? This is her bread and butter.
And she pretty much wants to. She plays singles and doubles at every Grand Slam event. She plays with Sarah Irani most of the time, who she won the Olympic gold with. I mean, there's such a thing as some players that love to play. They love to be out there in the atmosphere of it all. And some players, on the other hand, love to be on the practice court and train and get those reps in. It just really depends on how you get your feel.
That's a stunning shot from Paolini.
Advantage Paolini.
And there was Renzo Furlan, the coach, on the left. One way to get yourself out of trouble and to save a break point there was made to work. Well, she came through. So which category were you in then, Coco?
Pippa, you're putting me on a spot that I don't necessarily want to live at, but I am happy to throw myself under the bus. I was more of the player sort. I hated practice, and I say with a capital H. I did not like it. I was not one that enjoyed the hours and the reps. I wanted to play. I wanted to compete. You know, I think at the end of the day, I was a competitor. And that's why I usually played at a Grand Slam. Singles, doubles, and mixed doubles, because then you can't get your coach to pull you out onto a practice court. So, you know, you have too many matches out there.
It's a good strategy. It's very similar to Ostapenko. I remember chatting to her, and she was saying exactly the same thing. She'd much rather play doubles, be it mixed or women's doubles, than get back on the practice court.
It's a tough position also for Wei. She's coming out here, and as much as I've said that she's had these 3 matches already, when you play against a high-seeded player and a top tenor, everything just happens a lot quicker. You know, you remember your first time coming out there and facing one of those top tenors, and you just like think, man, the first set's gone? How'd that happen? It felt like 2 seconds. You hardly remember the shots that happened or how you were constructing points. You just almost forget about the whole game of tennis.
Well, as you say, it's a lot of firsts this match for Wei. It's her first time, as you mentioned, playing someone ranked inside the world's top 10. It's her first time playing a main draw Grand Slam, and it's her first time playing on Margaret Court Arena.
And that's why the first few games are so important for a lower ranked player, to feel like you're getting into the swing of things, to feel like you do have some sort of control of this match. And Wei has been very close, but hasn't been able to get over the line. And also, for the other hand, for Paolini, she wants to suffocate Wei. She wants to make Wei feel like she doesn't belong out here. As mean as that sounds, that's kind of the tenacity you have as a top seed, because it just makes things run a little bit smoother, a little bit easier out there. So Paolini's working very hard to get this second break. And to me, that's a perfect example of Paolini getting that extra ball back. Wei in complete control inside the baseline, constantly moving forward after the shot, getting her weight and momentum inside the court, but Paolini just being tough as nails.
The trademark variety of Paolini.
Advantage waiting.
Work on this occasion. Player with so much versatility to her game, so many tools in her toolbox. Is it that hard to see on Margaret Court Arena? Not sure we need binoculars. Unforced errors coming in thick and fast at the moment. Just not going to get anything in the way of errors from Paolini. That's something you can guarantee. Another unsuccessful drop shot attempt brings about break point number 3. It's 2 breaks in a row. And it's a comfortable 3-love lead for the world number 4. She's very much asserting her authority. Oh, this is almost a dream start, isn't it, for Paolini? Coming into this match after pulling out of Adelaide. Many excited fans, and it's very much filling up this arena because we have a fantastic matchup later as well. Andrey Rublev faces Joao Fonseca. That's going to be a good one. So 3 games on the clock, and Paolini very much in the driver's seat at the moment.
Out. 15.
Nicely done.
15 all.
To me, that's always going to be a problem point for Jasmine Paolini is the second serve. It's just sometimes there's not much left to gain in that. She's not the tallest of players, and you can only change this tension or the way of the string just to get one shot. I don't think is worth it. This way crushes another second serve return. To me, it's more about just changing the placement, just changing the spins, the looks, just making sure the toss is disguised enough. And I think that will help Jasmine Paolini to be able to get at least neutral, if not be able to defend her second serve.
Well, it's only the 3rd unforced error we've seen so far from Paolini. Trademark element of her game is her consistency. And even Paolini, one of the most athletic players in the game, wasn't able to get a racket on that one.
And there is a saying, better lucky than good. And this let court is one of those cases. to me, Pippa. That was far better disguise on the serve. The toss going well behind Paolini's head, and she's still taking it tee. Usually you think when a ball goes behind a player's head, that's going to go out wide, more of a topspin serve.
Out. Advantage Paolini.
Well, it's 4 games on the trot for the world number 4, growing in confidence as this match progresses.
Paolini leads by 4 games to 0.
And look, when we talk about Paolini and her development and progression over the years, obviously there's been a very, very quick trajectory in terms of her ranking over the last year or so, but what element of her game do you think she's improved the most?
I think just general power from the baseline. I think she's able to move and hit on the run with a bit more power. And I think that helps her when she's playing the bigger hitters to be able to change defense into offense, if not just neutral. I think we saw that happen in her run to Wimbledon. She had never won a grass court match up until making the finals of Wimbledon. That's almost the craziest stat I've ever heard.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? When I heard that stat, I almost just didn't believe it.
To me, I'm thinking all those women that face Paolini saying, well, you've never won a grass court match, like, and you're going to beat me, a grass court specialist, especially if I'm Donna Vekic. I'm thinking, come on, I'm supposed to smoke you off the court. I certainly felt the same when I was facing a clay court specialist and going out there. I was like, well, you know, it's going to be early flight home for me coming out of Roland Garros. Thank you very much.
And that run at Wimbledon was absolutely incredible. No one expected it. Defeated Sorribes Tormo, Minen, Andrescu, Madison Keys, Navarro. Oh my goodness.
And that's the shot I'm talking about, Pippa, of how she's able to turn defense into offense, which was just a straight winner. She was on the dead stretch past the end of the doubles alley and still able to hit a clean winner. Just seeing an angle that's there, having the balance, having the idea to be able to execute that shot.
Well, very much turning the dial now is Paolini.
Paolini leads by 5 games to 0.
24 minutes on the clock. And she's the one dictating this match. saw a glimpse of Sara Errani, who's come to watch her doubles partner, no doubt, and they've had so much success together. There she is again, an Olympic gold medal.
I really do think it was a great move by Paolini to play a lot more doubles, especially with an accomplished singles player like Sara Errani. You know, I thought that was always helpful when I was looking for doubles partners. The player might be past their prime, but they can give you insight and different feelings that they have gone through or experiences, and just kind of give you a little bit of a cheat code, a head start into, okay, well, this is what I experienced, so let me give you my insight, and then you don't have to go through the lumps and the bumps that I had to go through.
Oh, she had exactly the shot that she wanted. Just got to expect every single ball to come back when you're facing Jasmine Paolini. So still another opportunity to close out this opening set. Even if she's not able to take this first set away, it's still important that she gets on the board. It's going to do wonders for her confidence.
Do we count that as double skills of Paolini?
I think so. She's just so comfortable in that front section of the court. Oh, what a way to close out the first set. Blink and you miss it type of tennis from Jasmine Paolini. 30 minutes on the clock, and she's still yet to lose a single game. 6-love. Well, there's a big gulf in experience on Margaret Court Arena at the moment, and it's certainly visible. This is the very first main draw match that Wei Sigia has played at Grand Slam level. Coco, talk us through the stats.
Well, it was a pretty straightforward first set. It had 6-0. That's all going one-way traffic for Jasmine Paolini. I do not like the second serve percentage one. 20% from Jasmine Paolini. Again, her second serve is always going to be a problem, but she's got to change the look of it if she's going to make it at least hideable in some way, shape, or form. At 81% first serves in, you're definitely doing that. But she's got to change the look. Maybe it's the toss cadence, maybe it's the placement of serve, but you can't just keep it status quo because it's getting eaten up.
And 16-4 unforced errors as well. She's clearly feeling rushed out there on Margaret Court Arena. First time playing someone inside the world's top 10. It's a big shock to her system. Well, having got that first set out of the way, she might just be able to change things up in the second. Let's see what else she has in the tank.
Second set, way to serve.
Well, there it is. She is on the board. It took her 7 games to do so. But she strides ahead in this second set. What is that going to do, Coco, to her game, to her confidence? Is she going to feel a whole lot looser now?
You would hope so. You would hope so, because she's definitely been getting bullied around the court by Paolini, and her game has not really shown what it's taken her to get through the 3 rounds of qualifying. So maybe the one game will settle her down, and that's what she's been looking for all first set long, is just to get her feet underneath herself. And now for Wei, it's time to build on that. Let's start making returns. Just even if it's simplicity of going bang up the middle, that's all you need to do. Just start to feel comfortable. Find some sort of normalcy out here.
Nicely struck, well inside of that baseline, the backhand wing. Could this be a shift in momentum now? She did have some good wins in qualifying weight. Her final match was an absolute thriller, 7-6 in the third against Nina Stojanovic of Serbia, and she won that tiebreak 11-9 in the third set. three-setter in the first round as well against Alexandra Sasnovich. Much more comfortable win in the second against Tamara Korpach. Well, 2 break point opportunities now. A wild one.
Advantage Paolini.
And Paolini registered a scoreline of 6-love for only the 3rd time in her career, after managing it twice at Roland Garros in 2024, so she can add today to her collection. Nicely done. And the contrast of the heavy pace on the return of serve. Paolini wasn't expecting the drop shot. That is what happens when you drop the ball short against the world number 4.
You can just see Paolini knuckle down, really get low on this backhand to be able to really execute how she wanted the shot to develop. I think that's a cue for Wei. Paolini's forehand is not feeling as comfortable because Paolini ran around the forehand and hit a backhand from the middle of the court. But again, it's a second serve. It's getting pretty attackable. It always has been, but it just doesn't have much movement on it. It's just middle of the box into the backhand wing of Wei, and Wei's backhand is far better than her forehand. Yeah, I'd love to see Paolini try and take a second serve. If you're not going to be able to move it, go body. To some extent, make Wei make the decision one way or the other to hit a forehand or a backhand.
It's almost as if she heard you.
Pippa, I didn't tell you, I put an earpiece with Paolini. And my Italian is even better than my English.
Paolini caught out, serving to the backhand of Wei. In a sense, that's a pattern that she hasn't quite picked up on yet.
Advantage Paolini. Deuce. Advantage Paolini.
Just a slight lapse in judgment there, but undoubtedly the second set far more competitive than the first. In fact, we're almost at half the duration of that first set, and we've not even played 2 games yet. Brilliant.
Deuce.
And regardless of the outcome of this match, it's going to be a huge learning curve for Wei. And she's going to be taking a long, hard look at the analytics and just seeing how her game matches up against the world number 4. What improvements does she need to make?
Game Paolini.
A bit of a challenge there, which is a positive step for Wei Sijia.
1 game.
Put up much more of a fight in these past couple of games than she did in the first set. It's those opportunities, isn't it? Those 2 break points. You need to capitalize on the opportunities when you get them. Nicely struck. And that forehand can be so dangerous when she has time on the ball.
Yeah, it's all predicated on the movement of Paolini, how quickly she can change direction, get up to those balls.
And just about hit the line. She'll take it. Capitalizing on perhaps a minor concentration lapse from Paolini. But she has a slight advantage in the second set, 2-1.
While we take a break, let us inspire your next adventure. Fly with us in comfort to London, Edinburgh, Athens or Rome, Paris or Dublin, and over 40 cities across Europe. But remember, it's not just the destination, it's also how you get there. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Time.
Well, this second set is turning into a bit of a cat and mouse situation at the moment. Certainly, Wei is picking up her standard. Feeling a little looser on the court, it seems.
15.
We always remember our first time on a big stadium and Wei's going through the ebbs and flows of it. A tough first set of going against a high seed. You know, really getting thrown to the wolves in a way, and now she's getting her teeth into this second set.
Well, that's, I think, what was so impressive about the rise of Paolini. She thrust herself into so many firsts, and she dealt with them with such ease.
I'll say the doubles really helped that. She had all these experiences with Sara Errani being in Grand Slam finals well before singles. And I think any young player can really take some interest in that, maybe even take a page out of Paolini's book. And as we see Sara Errani again, that's a great way to go through those first experiences on big stadiums before you get there on the singles court. So then when you do get there, by the time you're ranked high enough or playing a big enough match in singles, you've been there, done that before.
It's a great way to get your fitness levels up as well. And think about the run that Paolini had at Roland Garros last year, and she also made the finals in the doubles event. I mean, a lot of players, I think, would have pulled out of the doubles.
Well, sometimes some players stick to their word. I was one of those players that if I signed up for something, I was going to stick to the bitter end, and whether or not it was a sacrifice in some other way, shape, or form. But you know, I'm a big fan of the character of Paolini for sticking to her word.
Yeah, got to respect it, haven't you? That's winner number 11 of the match for Wei Sijia.
Well, this is a big moment for Jasmine Paolini. You know, you smell a little blood in the water post double fault, 2 games all. Okay, let's get back to work. Let's lock in mentally here. Put the pressure back on Wei. Oh. Jasmine Paolini couldn't have been more all over that backhand, reading Wei on her swing volley.
Oh, she's such a fantastic mover, isn't she, Paolini? But how much of that is athleticism and how much of it is reading the game and anticipating?
Also, Pippa, I wish I could move like somebody that is 5'5", 5'6". I could not move like that if I tried. But yes, you have to do the hard yards in the gym and be able to create power out of stagnant moving. So when you get into your split step, do you have the power in your quads and your glutes and your hamstrings to be able to push out of the corners? That's something that is developed in the gym, but a lot of it's just natural ability.
Well, power is something that Jasmine Paolini possesses in abundance. And there was a fantastic example of that. She gets the first blow in the second set. 3-2. I always find this time of the year so interesting because players have taken a fair chunk of time away from competitive tennis. Typically, this is the time that they work on things in their off-season as well, maybe some technical changes here and there, some tweaks to their game, and also, of course, the physical aspect of things. And then in these first few tournaments of the year, you get to see the fruits of all of that off-season labor. And Paolini, well, she's looking good, but it hasn't been flawless.
You're going to see the utmost professionalism in this next game from Jasmine Paolini, just being so methodical out there, after collecting the break in the second set.
Well, we talked about the impact that playing all that doubles has had on the game of Paolini. And one thing that we haven't mentioned, Coco, is, well, the Billie Jean King Cup win. That was special.
I'm a big fan of playing for your country, that's for sure.
And their doubles together was such a huge component of that victory as well. Many of those matches went to the deciding doubles. Such an experienced pair. And that's ultimately why they were able to lift the trophy. Well, there it is. She very firmly stomps her foot down on the gas. Jasmine Paolini very much in charge here.
Oh, what a shot there from Jasmine Paolini. That backhand. It's not an easy shot to execute. Sticking her left leg out, getting that base. Being able to have the strength in the left arm to redirect the pace of Wei. Deep, getting the unforced air. I would almost classify it as forced air. See where the statisticians put it.
Brilliant point construction and a brilliant finish.
See all the little steps to get into position for Paolini. Execute that overhead.
Been some snippets of brilliance, haven't there, from Wei, but it's just the consistency, the repeatability is what's important at this level of the game.
Well, and also the late execution of it. It'd be a very different match if Wei was able to keep her nose in the first set, but now Paolini is just far too comfortable in her own game. That's the biggest thing about being a lower ranked player coming into a Grand Slam for your first time and playing a high seed. It's showing the high seed, okay, I belong, I'm supposed to be here, I've worked hard to be here.
Game 3.
And she's giving herself in this second set.
Paolini leads by 4 games to 3.
A few twists in momentum here and there. 4-3 lead for Paolini. And there is only one break between these two players. It's not an insurmountable task for Wei Sijia to fight her way back. She very much looks like she's loosened up as this match has progressed. And in doing so, the level of Paolini has probably dropped a little bit in this second set. The unforced error count is higher in this set than it was the first. Just all around under a little bit more pressure is Paolini.
Wei showing a little bit of her own athleticism out here. Paolini coming forward after this forehand, a little bit too deep in the court, but that was still a very good volley. But the athleticism from Wei, able to steal that point. To me, that's the biggest learning curve from a lot of the players ranked below 50 in the world versus the players that are ranked above 50 is you win a good point like that. You got to build momentum. You can't just give a cheap unforced error off of a service return.
It's 2 in a row now. It's almost like you spend too much time admiring the previous shot.
You want extra points for flair? I take it.
Game
Well, she breezed through that service game.
leads by 5 games to 3.
Now finds herself in a very comfortable position here. 1 game away from the second round. The winner of Taylor Townsend or Renata Zarazua awaits. A match still in operation as we speak. And that is, would you say, Coco, an area of Wei's game that needs to be developed, that net play?
Yeah, her ground strokes, her power off the ground, and the way she moves after she hits her ground strokes definitely gives her the ability to move forward. It's all about staying calm, especially with your body movement when you're up and around the net. There's so many coaches that say, don't swing at the ball, you know. and that sort of thing. And to me, it's all taken away when you have the good footwork. You use your body weight momentum and you run through a volley. That sort of feeling happens, and then your racket head stays still. It's your body weight and momentum that creates the power.
And that has been the Achilles heel for Wei Sijia. The accumulation of unforced errors. And this one brings about an opportunity for Paolini to close out this match. Expecting a third net cord after the two in a row we saw.
Just hanging on for dear life. Wei is here. Again, we've seen some very good hand skills with the drop shots a time or two. And Jasmine Paolini can't believe it.
Advantage Wei.
Well, it's great to see a bit of personality and a few smiles from Wei and her team. She clings on by a thread. And now Paolini has an opportunity to close out this match on her own terms, 5-4. Well, the hardest thing to do in tennis is close out a match, and that is the challenge that Paolini now faces. Can she get over the line?
15.
That was a big forehand from Way. Again, the movement on the serve, it's just not quite enough. That was only one little half step that Way had to adjust to be able to return the second serve with a lot of authority.
Well, 2 opportunities to close out this match. She's already had 1 chance in the previous game. And it's sealed with a winner. Jasmine Paolini breezes through to the second round of this year's Australian Open in emphatic style. A real gulf in experience on show today, but Paolini was taking no prisoners. She loves it here in Melbourne Park. It was the first Grand Slam in which she reached the second week, and I'm sure she has much bigger goals this year.
Just like 2024, we're into 2025, and that smile is not going anywhere from Jasmine Paolini. Always happy to be out there, back to her winning ways. That was a very clean, straightforward match from her. You know, did what was required, and that is all you have to do when you are the high seed sometimes. You just give what the opponent, you take what the opponent gives you, you come out there, you take care of business and get off the court in just a little over an hour.
She did just that, 1 hour and 13 minutes. She registered her third 6-love sets in her career. Impressive at times from this young woman, though, only 21 years old. She got through qualifying, clearly had fun out there. She's going to be taking a lot from this match.
Definitely not forgetting to take all the towels. Those things are expensive. I took a look at them today in the shops. Well, it's part of the perks.
We're going to hear from Paolini herself and see what she has to say about that emphatic first round victory.
Oh, Jasmine, that was an unbelievable, dominant first set. But you really had to work for it in that second set. How are you feeling after getting that win?
I feel very happy, of course. It's not always easy to play the first round, and she was playing unbelievable. I mean, she was returning so fast sometimes, and I was like, where is the ball? And the ball was already in the ball boy hand. But no, I'm joking, and I didn't know this girl before. I never played there, I never practiced. And she played, I think, a really good tennis, and we will see things soon in top 100 for sure. But, I'm happy with my performance. I had a solid serve today. And, yeah, it's great to be back in Australia. And thank you guys for coming.
You definitely have a lot of fans in here at Margaret Court Arena. Now, talk to me about last year, because 2024 was absolutely superb for you. That obviously has filled you with the confidence, bringing you here to the Australian Open.
Yeah, last year was, unexpected for sure, and was an amazing year. But, it's a new year. I'm happy to be back in Australia. Before the last year, I never won a match in Melbourne. So, yeah, it's, maybe begin everything from the last year. The first match gave me so much confidence, and it's great to be back here in Melbourne. I love the tournament, I love the city, and of course I love the people.
Well, we love watching you play, and maybe 2025 is the year that you have a few more wins here at the Australian Open. Best of luck in the next round.
Thank you very much. Thank you, guys. Ciao, ciao.
Give it up for Jasmine Paolini, everybody.
Oh, she's such a fan favourite, isn't she? And it's no surprise that she has fans coming to watch her matches from all over the world. She mentioned it there, but this site, Melbourne Park, was the start. It was the initiation of such a dream year for her. And she loves it here. She's always one to spend so much time with her fans as well, signing autographs, always interacting with those who come out to support her. Let's take a look at the stats though, Coco. 1 hour and 13 minutes. How did she do it?
Well, she jumped up that second serve percentage a lot more. It was at the low end of 20% in that first set. And overall, I think that was a very clean match. Very close in the winners to unforced error count, and it just really was just steady sailing. And Wei was just a little bit too unforced heavy at 29 unforced errors on the day, and so all she had to do was just keep the balls in play, wait for her moment, and then Wei just kind of helped Jasmine Paolini along.
And that's the type of tennis that you want to be displaying in the first rounds of Grand Slams. Doesn't take too much out of her physically. It wasn't a particularly long match, 1 hour and 13 minutes. She was able to acquire great confidence, winning that first set 6-love. And here's a look at her section of the draw. Taylor Townsend or Renata Zarazua awaits. They're currently in action. A Mexican player with a 5-4 lead, but on serve. And also in this section of the draw is Svitolina, the 28th seed. So that is it for this women's singles match. Paolini through, but up next we have a very exciting one. Andrey Rublev against Joao Fonseca. Coco, great to work with you. Thanks a lot.
Well, Pippa, have a good night. Hope you make that dinner reservation.
action, please welcome to Margaret Court Arena from Brazil, Joao Fonseca. Please welcome their opponent, Andrey Rublev.
Genuinely couldn't be more excited for this match on Margaret Court Arena. It is one of those massive first round matches. It is the current versus, well, he is already the present, but he is very much being tagged as the future. Joao Fonseca, a man on the rise, a man playing in his debut major up against one of the established stars of the men's tour tonight. Two of the biggest forehands you will see on a tennis court, and two big personalities clashing tonight. 18-year-old Brazilian up against the 27-year-old, currently ranked 9 in the world is Rublev. Fonseca just loitering outside the world's top 100 as a teenager, and that is a rare place to be. Delighted to say Brad Stein alongside me for tonight. Brad, how excited are you?
I'm looking forward to this. It's going to be interesting. You know, we'll see how it pans out, how it develops. But as you said, Pet's great intro. I mean, it's really the establishment versus the guy that's trying to break down the establishment a little bit.
It's got a little Alcaraz Tsitsipas from the US Open about it for me.
Absolutely, 100%. And Fonseca, for people that haven't seen him, they're going to be excited once they see this kid start moving around the court and hitting balls.
In the fifth, we play a 10 points tiebreak, 25 seconds between points. Watch those shot clocks in the corner, please. The clock starts after I call the score. We have electronic calling. We also have video review. So if you want to request one of those, please do it quickly. Anybody, any questions? All right, we spoke about the towels, special coin. All right, AO is heads and tails. You pick.
What is that?
That's
AO.
Australian Open. Okay, thank you. And you. Okay, receiving. And a photo this way, yep. Thank you.
Mark, that's how fresh he is. He asked what AO is.
Thank you, thanks.
It is true though, isn't it? I mean, literally, come on. I mean, he's come here. Brad, you've been around enough players. Come to a tournament, don't even know where the locker rooms are, don't know where the practice courts are. He's obviously knows where the courts are because he's come through qualies, but this is all brand new to him. I mean, he is undiluted entertainment in terms of the way that he plays, but also just from just an enthusiasm point of view. When you're at this age and you're doing this well, there is nothing you'd rather be doing with your life.
Absolutely not, and no fear. He's going to come out here. I think he's going to play very fearless tennis. He's dangerous as can be. The forehand is big, really big, and he moves unbelievably well. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be very exciting.
Grew up in Rio on the beach. He did an awful lot of other things at the time as well. He did a bit of football, he did a bit of cycling. He was a multi-sport guy. His grandfather got him into tennis. And we ultimately, already at the age of 18, are the beneficiaries of his excitement. The big win, of course, coming in the next gen at the end of last year in Jeddah. He ran the table through all of the other opposition that are going to be his main rivals over the next few years. And he did it with a much improved serve already for an 18-year-old and a monster forehand, which, of course, is part of the repertoire of shots that have become the fulcrum of Rublev's success on tour out there, Brad.
Yeah, absolutely. You can call him Mr. Forehand if you want. I mean, he's looking for forehands constantly. He's hunting for the forehand, and when he gets one, there is no mercy on the ball. He's a little bit predictable at times. Doesn't change pace a lot with it, but he's going to hammer forehands.
Andrey never got past the quarterfinal of a major. 10 times he's been to that stage, and that is an unfortunate, or I think if you are sitting in many people's shoes, would say fortunate record to have, because you've been that far on that many occasions.
Yeah,
life's about perspective.
It is very much. You know, I'm quite sure if you asked Andrey, he'd say he's a little bit disappointed in his record. He would take 3 semis and 7 quarters for sure. There's no doubt about it. And it's a bit shocking, isn't it? I mean, we've all looked at it for a long time now. Obviously, 10 quarterfinals and never gotten past the quarterfinal for the amount of time that he spent in the top 10, for the quality of player that he is. A little bit of bad luck, and at the same time now it's kind of built into something that's a little bit mental, I think, for him, without a doubt.
Tommy Robredo had the previous record of 7, but unfortunately that is Rublev. He's picked up some big titles in the last couple of years, though, which has been very important for him. He won the Monte Carlo 1000 in 2023, picked up the Madrid one this year, of course, had that tonsillitis throughout that tournament, was actually eating baby food by the end of it, so that was a stunning achievement by Rublev. Rublev with those 16 titles for a while. He was the master of the 500s down at the lower level. He picked up 5 titles in 2020. Doha, Adelaide, Hamburg, St. Petersburg, Vienna, some outdoor clay, some indoor hard, a little bit of variety from Rublev. We have to touch on it at the start of the match as well. He's talked very openly this week about the depression that he suffered over the course of his life, but also how difficult it got around Wimbledon time last year. He was on antidepressant pills. He was having very dark thoughts about his life. Thankfully, he is off those now. Marat Safin has stepped in, and he's had some very good conversations with Andrey Rublev, and he says he's in as good a place as he can be from a life perspective, which is great to hear, Brad.
Absolutely. I mean, it was evident to everyone that watches tennis on a regular basis. We saw him struggling on the court, his conduct, his attitude. It's tough when you go out there. It's the tennis court can be like a therapy session, and I think he needed some of that scream and anger therapy to get some of that stuff out, and probably be willing to confront it in a different way. And it's great to hear and know that he's got people like Marat in his corner that are willing to take the time and make an effort to help him out.
How big a difference is best of 5 tonight?
I mean, I think it's a big one. It's a big one for Fonseca, who hasn't played one before, and kind of figuring out the rhythm of what you're going to do and how you're going to manage being out here for as long as you need to is a little bit different. Obviously, Andrey has a world of experience when it comes to that.
Ready? Play.
No fear. A little bit long, but no fear. He's going to get after it for sure. Wow. And for anyone that hasn't seen him play, you can see already he doesn't play a typical mechanically or shape of ball like a lot of the South Americans do. Much more offensive in his stroke mechanics and the trajectory that he creates on the ball.
Teixeira was the man on the left of your picture there that has been guiding Joao since the age of 12. He's talked about how he's almost like a second father to him. Should learn my left from my right, on the right. Spizio. Hirido is was on the left. And that is a repeatable way to win points for Rublev. It's going to be interesting to see Fonseca, how he manages his return position.
Yeah, he's tried to stand in on a couple of these on the second serve. We'll see if he maintains that or if he's changing position. I find him to be extremely mature in his decision making on the court for a kid his age.
Solid start by Rublev. What are the limitations in Rublev's game?
Oh, it's a good one, Mark. Yeah, I mean, listen, Andrey has maintained his position in the top 10, just like you said, 10 Grand Slam quarterfinals. He's a really great player. The thing for me is that his game has been a little bit one-dimensional for the entirety of that period. And it obviously revolves around his forehand, but if he could expand his game to include a few more things, a little bit more variety, maybe some usage of a slice backhand now and then when he has to defend, or even to just change the rhythm and points, he doesn't look to transition or come forward very much. He's a little bit one-dimensional, and that one dimension is really good, really, really good, and it's put him in a great position within the game for a long time.
Fernando Vincenti, longtime coach of Rublev, was there in the left of your picture with the black cap on. Alberto Martin, career high 34 for the Spaniard. Vicente was 29 in the world. Both guys having 3 career titles.
That's an area right there on second serve. We'll see from Fonseca. He'll use it a little bit on first serve as well. He's got a very good kick serve. Gets a lot of action jumping up and away on that ad side especially.
That's signed up by Federer's own company. The clothing company has actually resisted approaches to get signed up by the management company for the time being. Also turned down Laver Cup last year as an alternate. Some scheduling conflicts. That shows some strength. His parents looking after him at the moment in the management front.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job of actually keeping things under control and not letting him go too fast. It's easy to try and make everything happen all at once.
Not easy to turn Roger down. Guy's been in the zone for 3 decades. Nothing but net. Nothing but net for 3 decades.
Absolutely.
How do you keep the Rublev +1 forehand quiet?
Try to find the backhand.
I get that. How do you find the backhand when he's already going that way?
Yeah, it's tough. I think one thing... it'll be interesting to see if Fonseca tries to open the court to the forehand side to get back to the backhand. I think oftentimes you see players too focused on trying to find the backhand, and in doing so, you end up letting him run around and find forehands from that side of the court. And that's probably where he's most dangerous, is when he finds the forehand from the off side of the court.
That's a positive second serve, and that is something that he's worked on. A little extra pace, a little deeper in the box. And we're on serve after the opening 7 minutes. 2-1. Brad, is it easy with a player when you get like a tough draw like this in a major just to sort of like put it to one side? It's just one of those things that happens, and you just got to be, obviously you're going to be mature about it, but there were better draws out there. How does it affect a player at times?
Yeah, I mean, I think when you first look at the draw, you know, there's a little bit of shock and awe, you know, like, oh goodness, I got to play this guy. I mean, again, Andrey's a consummate veteran on the tour. He's been around for a long time. He's dealt with a lot of stuff. So I think in the end, he's going to look at it, and he knows he's the favorite. There's a lot of hype around Fonseca, and he knows that. There's going to be a lot of chatter and a lot of noise. But in the end, when you get out here, you know, you got to concentrate and play your game and execute and do what you do best, and see what you get from it.
Magnificent Melbourne Park as we float over the top of it, and we're at the Margaret Court Arena, and it is going to be a big night here. Fonseca, who has won his last 13 matches, he won the Canberra Challenger without dropping a set, and he qualified without dropping a set.
That's well done. That's classic Rublev right there. Yeah, he the Canberra Challenger, he beat my boy Ethan Quinn in the finals. That's my third son. I've worked with Ethan since he was 6 years old.
Comes from Fresno, right?
Comes from Fresno. We were members at the same club, so I've known him forever. Oh, goodness.
Let's hope he's okay.
Court jumped up and tripped him.
In a sport that is getting exceedingly long as well, as we just take a little look, he just got off balance there. His matches in terms of times have been astonishing. Under an hour, hour 15, hour 12, 3 times, hour 7 minutes, 53 minutes, hour 14.
I mean, that just goes to show how dominant he's been at the lower levels. He beat Ethan up pretty good. Ethan qualified and got through to the finals, which was a great effort on his part, and he didn't produce his best tennis. I think he was a little bit hyped up to play Joao.
That is a special shot.
It was a good read by Andrey to cover that and make him hit another ball there. That first forehand, this forehand right here was, I mean, the racket head speed and the length on the swing is so pretty. That's a good looking swing.
beautiful to watch. If you love this sport, your eyes are going to gravitate towards Fonseca. So balanced, and yet so destructive.
Yeah, all credit to his coaching staff. You know, when you see a guy at his age with the mechanics that he has, the footwork that he has, someone's done a phenomenally good job and understands the game really well. Andrey will be happy to accept a few of those. Still standing in, trying to take the return very early right now. Fonseca's got a little bit of the Novak ready stance on the return. Very wide stance, very wide. If you are going to try and emulate someone, Novak's not a bad guy to try and emulate on the return.
Stays wide as well. You see players with a wide base and then they actually go narrow and then they get a small step out of the return position, but he actually stays wide like Novak.
Interesting here too on second serve, a little more narrow.
But his second split is still wide.
Still wide, yeah.
There's some nice stats from Bolt 6, and Alex, who's in our ears now, we're not going to show you, but we will tell you that he's just said 98% of the returns that Fonseca has hit this year have been inside the baseline. He is doing a great job of taking his opponent's time away. Some decent pace serves coming in as well. That was at 169 from Rublev. Pinged back onto his shoelaces. That's how you deter your opponent. Take the racket out of their hands. 3-2 to Rublev. Good start. Quarter of an hour gone. Brad, it's a function of the game that you need duality of attack or forehand and backhand these days. It's very tough to get to the top if you're not being able to beat players from both sides. But also, I feel like the return has become even more important to be aggressive on rather than just making balls.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I mean, there's a balance there.
Yes, we still need a guys.
Yeah, because you say that, and you just mentioned, you know, Fonseca taking 98% of second serve returns inside the baseline. But at the same time, we're very used to, at this point in this era of tennis, starting with Rafa really, and then we have a very large majority of players now that return from very deep in the court on second serves. So there's a little bit of a balance there.
Time.
Fonseca, as everybody expected, settling in nicely into his debut in a main draw of a major. Rublev at the change of ends there was deep in meditation, trying to keep calm. Fonseca's highest ranked opponent he's beaten was at the Next Gen finals against Artifice. Of course, Artifice was the Frenchman that he beat in Rio in the round of 32 to pick up his first tour win and kind of change his career path. At that stage, he'd sort of verbally agreed to go to the University of Virginia. I bet they're sad they didn't pick up a blue chip recruit.
He was more than a blue chip.
Platinum chip. Actually, Jannik Sinner was the one that talked him out of. Isn't it amazing that a couple of years ago it was Jannik who said to him, "Listen, you're too good to go to uni. You know, you should think about that," because that was kind of the path that he was on. You would have thought it was glaringly obvious when you look at him now.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, especially as a South American. There are plenty of South Americans that are playing college tennis in the U.S., but when you have this kind of ability, you would think that he was getting a lot of opportunity. There's the kick serve that I was talking about earlier. That is nasty. That was a heck of a service game. A couple of big first serves to open to get to 30 love, and then continued in second serve. I mean, not second serve, but kick serve ace there to close out that game.
Do you feel like that serve was more frequent in the 90s than it is now?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Why?
Probably tougher to return back in those days, but I also think that in this era, guys have gone to a little bit more pace on the second serve rather than the action of a kick serve. So they hit a little bit more of a topspin second serve that gets through the court a little bit faster. Yeah, I mean, that would be my, I just feel that the vast majority of guys now are hitting more of a topspin type second serve than they are kick serves. Kick serves very, very effective still. I'm lucky enough to work with someone. Tommy Paul, I think, has an exceptionally good kick serve. Very hard for guys to attack. And I think Fonseca is the same. And to see him be able to hit a kick serve like that, closed out that last game as an 18-year-old, it's scary. He's just going to get bigger and stronger as he matures in the next 2 to 3, 3 to 4 years. That's a great swing from Andrey Rublev. That's the one that pays the bills for him. Good balance on that ball. Great extension.
Tucking up Fonseca very nicely. This has been good from Rublev. Very, very tidy on serve. 4-3. Just giving you a little example. We called him Mr. Forehand, Brad. I think we called the wrong one, Mr. Forehand, when you look at those numbers on your screen.
Yeah, that's a pretty big difference.
I'm surprised it's that big a differential.
Are those only the ones that have gone in, or did that first point that he hit about 12 feet long count as well? Because he hit that one massively, just didn't go in.
No, we don't count unforced errors.
Yeah, I figured that.
Time.
As much as we've been singing his praises, and he deserves it, as we get towards the back end of this set, it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with the pressure. And you would expect Andrey now to step up even a little bit more, and he's probably going to cut down a little bit on his unforced errors, try and put some pressure on him here. That was a good opportunity for him right there.
15 love.
Nice solid return.
Yeah, good return, good depth. Push Fonseca to his back foot there.
Oh, he read it.
He was sitting on that one.
Could have dialed down a little bit on the power. Just use what he was getting from the serve.
Found the baseline on that one though. And here we are, a little bit of pressure now.
It'll be interesting to see where he goes here.
And it'll be interesting to see if Andrey tempers things down just a little bit after that last miss from this side.
Oh, he was going wide again. Rublev.
Yeah. Rublev was looking for the forehand. 212 on that first serve as well. Just beat him with the pace. Nicely done.
That's what they've come to see.
Not very often do you see Rublev put on defense in a forehand-to-forehand exchange. Nice read right there by Fonseca as well to make him have to hit another volley.
See if Rublev holds his balance a little bit more here.
Yeah, he was coming straight forward on that one.
Gee, 188 second serve.
Yeah.
Well done, Rublev.
You and I were both thinking the exact same thing. He came. I had to look up to see the number, but you know, it was obvious. He came big on that second serve, and yeah, you're exactly right. Great job by Rublev. Good return there.
Unbelievable entertainment on break point.
I think everybody in the entire stadium, including me, was holding their breath. Both guys hit the baselines a couple times. We saw a little bit of everything there. Approach, volley, overhead, counter.
How was the first backhand down the line from Fonseca?
What a point.
Best sport in the world. Can he scramble to safety? So good. Brilliant from both. Box office stuff.
Heck of a game. Great entertainment right there. I'll tell you what, one of the things that stood out for me, a fine little nuance there was and it just goes to show you the maturity of the young Brazilian, but he after he won that point on the deuce side, he let out a little bit of a come on, and then he paused, he took a breath, he let his shoulders relax before he came up to play that next point. Very mature process to go through there. That's a good response from Rublev.
$11 for 11 when he's made the first serve. May not be popping them in at the kind of percentages that you would like, just 50%, but he's been perfect when it's landed.
He's not the underdog when it comes to the crowd. This has been a great response in this game from Andrey Rublev. Talk about maturity.
Brilliant serving, absolutely superb. As Brad says, perfect response after what was just such an epic 8th game. 5-4 Rublev. And that's the beautiful thing about television. We can rewind to some of the best moments, and let's get you back to breakpoint. Let's have a little look at it with AR. Look at this backhand, Brad.
That was on the line. Impressive recovery from Rublev to get that back in play. There again, off the overhead. Found the baseline on this slice.
Look at the length. I tell you, to reset in the middle of a rally like that, the way that Fonseca did at 18 is special. So many players with the power he possesses would probably just pull the pin out and try and detonate one. Outlasted Rublev and kept himself in this opening set.
Time.
A kaleidoscope of colours, and there'll be a kaleidoscope of stories that are unfolding over the 15 days at this first major of this year, this wonderful tennis event that it's become. Not just a tennis tournament anymore, the Australian Open. What a special place. said it, Brad, right at the start, rightly so. Is he going to attack the forehand to open up the backhand? Well, he has the power to attack the forehand.
Yeah, that's the thing also. I mean, his recognition of what he's capable of doing with his own forehand. Basically he's saying, look, I'm not afraid to play into your forehand. Well, let's go toe-to-toe from there. We saw the pace. He's winning the battle on pace.
And you know it's a great forehand when he hits so many winners well within the lines.
Yeah, he gets this ball up and down, no problem.
Complete opposite to his last service game. Sailed through it.
5 games old, first set.
So the opening set, Brad, but the silence that we're getting before every single point just underscores the significance of the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've got a pretty close to a sellout crowd in here, and everyone is engaged in every single point. We've seen this before too with Novak, especially. It can be a little bit frustrating when you're Andrey Rublev and you have the history that he has, and you expect to get some support, but the crowd is excited to see this young guy come out and play.
One of the first times you feel he's overplayed the return.
30-50.
Adoration is going to be his constant shadow throughout the course of his career for the Brazilian.
Yeah, one of the biggest things he has to do is just manage his own power. Well done from Rublev. Nice little serve and one.
40-50.
Rublev primed for the challenge tonight, and he has been absolutely perfect on serve in his 6 games. 9th seed lead, 6-5. There's many components that make up power, Brad, for a shot. I think we're going to be able to take a little look in slow motion, hopefully, of Fonseca's forehand. Talk me through it.
I mean, listen, it starts from the ground up. The load, you see the legs, you see the drive from the legs through the ball. But then I love his swing mechanics. It's such a full, long swing. The one thing that's a little bit interesting to me is that he's got a little bit of a bend in the elbow. Historically, the guys with the biggest and the best forehands in the world are guys that have full extension at the point of contact. If you think about Delpo, you think about Roger, Rafa. Novak's a guy that always has had a little bit of a bend, but I wouldn't describe his forehand as being one of the great forehands. one of the most consistent, without a doubt, but not as much power generated.
Everything that we've been hoping for today has been in the opening 11 games of this first set between Rublev and Fonseca. Can the Brazilian take us into a tiebreak? And everything we've wanted up here in the commentary box has happened down on the side of the court. Andrea Petkovic, welcome. Hardest working woman in television.
I wish. No, everything is great. You have the best seat in the house, except for Chris Eubanks, who's in front of me. He's very tall. He's obscuring my view.
Smack him. Turnaround is fair play. Rublev taking time from Fonseca that time.
Talked openly last year about the one shot he wanted to improve his serve, and he has done so.
One of the things Ethan said after playing him in Canberra was that he changes paces and locations on his serve so efficiently that he said he was just off balance, felt uncomfortable all the time trying to figure out what was going to be coming.
We've seen 150 out wide kickers. We've got a 190 diagonal dagger. Paints it on the line. Detonates another serve.
Andrey's definitely not getting a read on the ball. On that deuce side especially, we've seen it, Mark. He's split stepping towards his forehand side, trying to guard the forehand, but misread that a number of times. Simple motion. Ball tosses up there for sure, but it's got the abbreviated motion there. It's very, very simple, very balanced.
Little extra audio, Andrea, on that return. You knew what was coming.
You can hear the atmosphere here. It landed quicker in Andrey's feet before he has even landed, and he defended it quite well, but not well enough. A bit short in the court, and you cannot give this kid, and I can call him a kid because he's a teenager, anything neutral in the center of the court. It's dead right away.
159 kilometers an hour winner on the previous point.
2-0. Fonseca.
This ball is crushed, absolutely crushed. Yeah, and the other impressive thing for me, Mark, is that he's on that forehand side. He can find the outside of the ball. He can square the racket face. He can find that last one. He found the inside of the ball. That ball was sliding away from Rublev.
Mesmerizing.
Goodness gracious. He was on defense there for about half a second. countered that wide forehand from Rublev with a heavy forehand down the line. And then this ball right here, offside backhand. He's not 18. I think he's lying. Plays with such maturity. Until you see his face. Looks like he's about 15. Andrey needed that badly.
Hasn't done anything wrong. Finds himself 4-1 down in the opening set tiebreak. Got unlucky with the net cord. I think it just carried it wide of the line.
Yeah, absolutely. If it had cleared the net, it was going to drop in for sure.
The magnetic charisma of his tennis is going to generate this kind of atmosphere around the world. It's one thing to win, but to do it with a certain panache as well is everything. Dynamite. Absolute dynamite. What a gem we found.
7 games to 6.
Fonseca takes it on the breaker. Have you ever seen anything like it?
So impressive. Throughout that entirety of that set, the breaker, I mean, he just stepped it up even more.
I mean, good numbers from Andrey Rublev, and that's what he's got to tell himself, right? We didn't do a lot wrong. The guy just took the racket out of my hands.
Yeah, especially there at the end. He had that one opportunity where he created one break point. Had him under pressure in that one game, and Fonseca stood up to the pressure.
You know, EVS and Chuck would have had a hard time picking out which highlight to take. We've only got a minute or so to show you, but there were many of them. Just electrifying. It's not easy for teenagers on the tennis tour, so many of them with caviar dreams of picking up hot dog paychecks, but this man doubled his yearly prize money by winning at Next Gen in Jeddah, and of course I know he signed some decent contracts along the way, but he has got the opportunity to put a nice big team around him, which he's done. But not everybody is always willing to invest at this stage of their career as heavily as he's done, but you can see the payoff here. There is his coach, his physio. There were at least 5 other people around the table when I was up in the players' room today looking after him. And Andrea, that last breaker says everything about Fonseca that we knew, but perhaps if you're just joining us for the first time or haven't seen him, you would have got a glimpse into the future.
the future and the present, really, to be honest. He is already here. He is not to come. He is here. And I will say, I don't know many players who play even faster when crunch time comes on in the tiebreaks. I know one. His name is Jannik Sinner, and at the US Open, whenever the tiebreaks came around, he played 7 miles per hour on average faster than in the other games. And I think that's an okay name to be compared to, because Jannik Sinner has only lost 6 matches last year. And Andrey Rublev left the court. He is back now. And I'm looking very much forward to this next set and how Andrey will respond.
It's going to be interesting to see, because as Brad said right at the start of this match, I mean, what Andrey does, he does exceptionally well. But if it's not better than the opponent, often he'll come second best. Which is exactly what Rublev was in that opener. Where do we go from here?
And it's the other thing that we spoke about as well. It's maybe it's a good thing. Maybe it's what's created, you know, the career that he's had so far. But Andrey doesn't really have a lot of B game opportunities. He's going to continue to do the same things. Better extended rally, needs more of those. I felt towards the end of that set also he was trying to find the backhand of Fonseca a little bit more. That rally he did. We're going to have to get used to that. We're going to have to start acting like it's normal, because it is normal for him.
Turns that ball cross court so beautifully, doesn't it? It's such a natural shot for Rublev, almost too natural. He can't fade it down the line. It's good on the juice because he can hook it down the line, find his opponent's backhand if they're a right-hander, and kind of then drift to the left. Little bit limited in the down the line return. My goodness, he has hit that serve well. To mute Rublev's forehand return is pretty impressive.
It's the serving pace. I mean, it's just like we're saying, you know, his game is so much mature than his 18 years. It's very complete. Everything we've seen, he's first serve, second serve, both sides on the ground. He's the returns.
It's good. Slipped it up in behind him.
And I think you're spot on, Brad, that Andrey is trying to find the backhand more. This is a shot he usually would take cross-court. It's maybe his best shot, but he is trying to find the backhand of Fonseca more in here.
This is too good, 209.
one thing that Andrey can do, and that is to test this man physically. And the longer these games go on, regardless of the outcome, just might take a little bit out of Fonseca's legs.
Yeah, and as we spoke about, it's his first time playing a 3 out of 5 set match. So how he manages this, staying out here a little bit longer. Great play. That's the beauty of 3 out of 5, isn't it?
Another tough, gritty hold of serve. Plenty of character.
Second set.
Look at that stat. Andrea, you were just chatting about what Sinner does. I mean, this guy has gone full nuclear in that tiebreaker. Look at the pace.
Yeah, it must be at least 10 kilometers per hour when you can see it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Do you not have a screen down there? I thought that's only on Rod Laver. Sorry about that. We're on Margaret Court here. We've shortchanged you. It's 11, but you are. Look at you. 10 you went, and it's 11.
Well,
you're a genius.
Well, you know.
I don't know what they're paying you, but it's not enough.
Well, you know, you have experts, and you have experts.
That's true. You absolutely. You have forehands like Rublev's, and then you have forehands like Fonseca's. 140 Ks he averaged in that tiebreaker. It's incredible.
First one of those we've seen. Pretty nice little variance there, change up. Obviously the execution was extremely good.
For those that tend to follow tennis in the other currency as well, miles per hour, just for your information, that is a 90 mile an hour on average forehand in that tiebreaker. Come on. Lethal speed off the backhand now. Unplayable. Both sides hitting the 90 mile an hour plus range.
The forehand. How many guys attack the forehand of Andrey Rublev? Out of his backhands there as well.
What a sequence of points. Just too much pressure on Rublev. There is no safe zone to go against Fonseca.
Not right now. Just not able to take enough time away from him to keep him from being able to dictate and control what's happening on the court. On either side. Add to that execution on first serves, the pace on the first serves.
He's gonna steal that as well. Not only does he have huge acceleration on the ball, he has unbelievable anticipation. It was not his finest drop shot.
So simple. The balance.
He's got the relaxed aggression of Federer, the rhythmic violence of Rafa, and the spiritual serenity of Novak.
So you're saying he's good?
He's decent. He's kind of mid-range for me. Sensational. Absolutely scintillating. Rare tennis from Fonseca at the moment. 3-love, second set. All right, let's have a little look at this. And this is what you were saying, Brad. He's going equally to both sides. What about attacking Rublev's forehand? That seems like a counterintuitive idea. Not unless you're Fonseca.
He's taking time away from him. He's rushing the forehand. He's not giving Rublev a chance to really attack forehands the way he's comfortable and normally does against most players. As we saw before, I mean, he's playing at a higher pace and doing a lot more damage overall than Rublev is.
Deep in thought, problem-solving mode. The problems are plentiful. Andrea, is it about patience here for Rublev to hope that Fonseca falls off this level right now?
I do think that's part of it. I do think he has to try and hang on to his serve here and wait for this level to drop. Yes, this is an incredible player of the future, but this level surely must drop at one point, and that's when Andrey Rublev needs to be there, and that's when he needs to step up. He is giving a racket to string right now, and he needs to find depth. It's very clear from courtside, the moment anything drops short and Fonseca can set up for any kind of shot, really, not only the forehand, Rublev is under pressure right away. So if he can find depth, that's the way, and Fonseca's level drops, that's maybe a way back into this match.
Frustration creeping in as well for Rublev. Searching for some answers and not being able to find them at this moment. For me, I'm going to tell you, Mark, that the biggest adjustment for me that I see that Rublev needs to try and make, but again, we talk about he's so single-minded in how he produces his game, but his spacing in the court has to change a little bit. The ball is coming through the court too fast, too much penetration. He's got to actually give up a little bit of ground in the court so that he can catch up to the ball.
Brad, just to clarify, are you saying he needs to take a few steps back behind the baseline?
Yes, exactly. His spacing has to go away from the baseline a little bit so that he has a little bit of extra time to be able to cut the ball off, get to in a position where he can make more of a full swing. He's not getting that opportunity because Fonseca's just hitting the ball so big through the court right now.
Try to swing one down the line. He knew where Fonseca was going. But if he's not careful, this second set is going away for him at a rapid pace. Timely first serve, jammed in the corner.
Yeah, he needed that big time.
Change of direction, and he is equally as good at that.
And it's the first time we've seen him play that off the second serve on the deuce side. Offside backhand return hit clean as a whistle. Disappointed he didn't make that. Didn't know he knew how to miss at this point. Good playing from Rublev. Good battling. Such a big game here to stay within one break.
Been deadly with the serve out wide, has Rublev, and you could see there Fonseca thought Rublev was going back there. Great effort. Finally drops an anchor on the scoreboard. Stop Fonseca drifting further away from him.
Yeah, he needed that badly. As I said, you stay within one break here. Going back to what I said before, I would love to see him, and here we see him. Let's see if he's going to stay back here. I'd love to see Andrey take a little deeper position on both first and second serve returns. Second serves, give yourself a chance to get around, make a full swing on the ball.
If he's got a shot and he sees the lines open, he's got to take it straight away. I mean, Fonseca, 17 out of 19 first serves made in this second set.
That's pretty good, right?
Especially when you're averaging 192 Ks, it's very good. If you were averaging 100 Ks, it wouldn't be very good. And there's the blend you were talking about that Ethan faced in the final Canberra.
Absolutely. Slider wide on the deuce side, kick wide on the ad side, change of pace, change of height.
Well, Rublev has done that amazingly well in this match. A couple of times he's tried to catch him out wide with a sort of 188, that one at 190, but Rublev has been there leaning on it. Well done. scrapping hard.
Great shot making from Rublev in that point. He was able to maintain at least a neutral position throughout that point until he was able to hurt him down the line on the first forehand, and then great execution on the short ball. Nice smash to finish.
Keeping Fonseca within his sights. What a couple of games this would be for Rublev on the bounce if he were able to take this break point. 7 break points in the last game on his own serve, in danger of dropping behind by the double break.
And Rublev was just told by the coaching box to cover the wide serve.
And when the chances are coming so infrequently, it's not easy.
He got exactly what he wanted here. Forehand with time in the middle of the court.
Second serve. And that is Fonseca.
He survives. Massive scramble to safety on serve for Fonseca. Maintains his break advantage in this second set, 4-1. Could have, should have, would have soundtracked to so many tennis players' lives, and that will be a little bit of what's going through Rublev's mind there on that break point. Wasn't so much it was saved, it was the opportunity on his favourite shot to take it that he couldn't quite capitalise on. And muted frustration by Rublev standards there.
Yeah, that break point he had created an opportunity to get exactly what he wanted. Forehand in the middle of the court, had time to set up, just couldn't execute on it.
Time.
Says one of his big bucket list items for next year is to get to an F1 race, so I wouldn't be surprised if a couple of the companies at the moment that are redesigning their cars wouldn't mind looking at his forehand and remodeling their car on that. Jet propulsion from Fonseca at times. And there is nothing that Rublev can do when he does get hold of it. It was a great battle those last couple of games. Hostilities resume now. And Joe, when you get somebody like Fonseca coming through like this, do the players tend to want to watch him? If it was on the ladies' side and you get a Martina Hingis breaking through, is it a night where they would want to actually watch Fonseca?
Well, there have just appeared a few, I don't know exactly if they are coaches or players next to me that are filming Fonseca. Taking notes, I guess. So I'm thinking 80% of the men's draw is watching this match right now. Maybe more. And out of the 80%, I take the 20 out that are on court right now.
Solid first serve, ices the game for Rublev.
Second set.
Can the world number 9 get himself involved in another returning game here? Just about to show you a pretty remarkable stat coming up for Fonseca. Brad, what about that? Average second serve speed.
Yeah,
I mean that's Opelka, Isner.
That's everybody. That was the top 10, I think, ATP top 10. So.
No, I'm saying where he's sitting. He's sitting at Opelka. Fonseca's sitting at Opelka, Isner.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, that's impressive. Everything we've seen tonight so far from Joao Fonseca has been impressive.
I mean, not only that, he hasn't served a double fault.
Yeah.
Blemish-free in that department and flawless from the 18-year-old. A game away from a 2 sets to love lead. There's always recency bias, isn't there? But you know, because you're watching him tonight, but when you see numbers like that, we saw 145 Ks on average in the tiebreak, 175 on average on a second serve. Where that sits in the elite level, you kind of sit here thinking, I've just never seen anything like this before.
Yeah, I mean, it's a precursor to where he's going to be, and you know, he's about to break into the top 100. How long is it going to be before he breaks into the top 50? And from there, the sky's the limit. I mean, watching him play tonight against a player of the quality of Andrey Rublev and seeing what he's capable of doing right now is just a bit awe-inspiring.
Once again, Melbourne looking absolutely picture perfect, as has this 18-year-old.
This has been a much more comfortable game for Rublev.
Superb. Bullet of a forehand from Rublev that stayed on rails. Did not deviate at all.
Also the first time we've seen him out there with forehand inside in from that position.
Crazy to think that that is a second serve that is just so high in percentages, because he's dropped 20 Ks off it.
Yeah, that one he kicked in, took some pace off, but the action is there. It was still stretching Rublev to be able to put the ball in play. And that again for me on that second serve, I think if Andrey's deeper in the court there, he can take a fuller swing and create a little bit of shape on the ball that potentially pushes Fonseca back away from the baseline on that first ball.
Rublev with aspirations that this game could perhaps give him hope that this set would take a detour. Wasn't to be. There was another mauling. A hold to love.
6 games to 3.
2 sets to love.
Fonseca leads 2 sets to love.
Well, let's roll through another set of tennis that just shows how dominant this 18-year-old was. Plenty of pace on the second serve, plenty of points picked up, but just high numbers all the way through it. And it's such a clean game, winners to unforced errors.
Absolutely. And on top of that, the stat that we don't see here is exactly what we were talking about before, is the ball speed. Ball speed, he's just consistently and constantly taking time away from Rublev.
Another compilation of Fonseca's fabulous stroke making, defense. Now Rublev trying everything within his power to just try and keep him quiet on the backhand side, but it wasn't enough. One solitary moment on that break point on the forehand side could have rescued Rublev. Wasn't to be.
Third set.
Everybody a little worried about men's tennis when Roger and of course Rafa and Andy decided to pull up the curtain on their or drop the curtain on their careers, but how quickly some other stars have taken over. Novak's still very much a part of the conversation, and a new star potentially born tonight here in Melbourne.
15 love.
Again, it's the consummate ease of which he produces the shot off the return, then makes the little adjustments with the feet, attacks the forehand.
It's just the constant pressure that he's been able to apply. You would have expected Rublev to be the one that's keeping the pressure on, making him play, but it's been a turnaround. Fonseca hitting the ball bigger, hitting the ball heavier, but also making Rublev play and fight for his serve every single time.
And as much as he's been outplayed, that is a great example of what you talked about earlier, Brad, that the stagnation in Rublev's game, as great as it is, and there are so many people that would have signed up for his career, there is not that willingness to transition, to change the pattern of these rallies.
Good serve there. Needed that. Yeah, that's what I said before. I mean, he's, you know, I think with a lot of the top guys, there's a bit of a stubbornness to their play. They know what works for them. They know what's been successful. But, you know, in this situation, he's got to be willing to make a few little adjustments. And for me, again, like I said, finding that spacing. See where he is at that as Fonseca's coming forward. Rublev's no more than a meter at the most behind the baseline there, and he's just getting his time taken away. He's got to find a way to create a bit more time for himself on those.
Nothing like a crisis to narrow the focus. Two wonderful serves to get himself back to deuce, having faced a couple of break points.
Goodness.
That's an earned double fault from the way that Fonseca has played.
Absolutely. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's still a goodness for me. Credit to Rublev right now. Down 2 sets. First game of the third. Not giving in at all. Finding a way to battle.
And that is Rublev.
Feels like a massive hold.
First game, third set.
Dug deep and got the reward he deserved.
Forced to dig deep.
And Andrea, those can be the pivot points in matches, can't they?
I agree. I really think Rublev should Medvedev this. I know this sounds weird, but I really think he needs to break the patterns of the serve here. And if he can get into the set, this is where he is able to test out the intensity of Fonseca. He's had 100% intensity from first point until now. It must drop at one point. This is the first time he's playing a best-of-5 set, and Rublev should somehow try and give himself a chance to get into the head, to get into the legs of Joao Fonseca. And I agree with Brett 100%. I've been watching his return patterns. I think he should go all the way back, just at least visually give Fonseca something different, because he starts back, but then he moves forward and ends up returning on the line.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Obviously, I said that before, Andrea, but I agree with you. And what happens is that he's trying to take the ball so early on the second serves. Fonseca's coming with heat on the second serve, as we saw before. And if he's not really clean on the ball, Fonseca gets the first crack at a ball and puts him on defense instantaneously.
It's a nice little interesting stat there. Look at that. That was actually a long rally behind his first serve. On average, it's under 2. That means that Rublev's not even making the return back. If he can get a second serve, at least he's extending the rally, Rublev. The problem with the number 5 is that that's Fonseca's shot. And he needs to either extend it to 6 or go bigger or 4.
Yeah, there's something has to happen. That's for sure.
I bet you can't wait till Tommy plays him, can you, Brett?
I mean, Andrey can't go any bigger or any better than he did off that return. And Fonseca just countered it. Little block, neutralized the return, and then finds offense right away. Tommy practiced with him last year in Madrid and got drummed.
It's only prep. 112 miles an hour, that shot.
Wow.
Good job it was only practice, eh?
If you're Andrey, you're starting to feel a bit jinxed with let court winner to start this game. Yeah, I was thinking earlier, you know, and I agree with you, Mark. I mean, obviously, we're talking about it. He's got to try and do some things different. But can Andrey Rublev transition? Can he come forward? Does he want to be a target at the net for a Fonseca forehand?
15-all.
That's where I think, like I said, I think plan B, the first plan B, is to go deeper in the court. Give yourself a little bit more space. Create a little more shape on the ball. How'd that sound down there, Andrea? A cannon?
Usually I'm not speechless. That's like one of my few assets that I have, but it's just, yeah, 10-10. I have to say, I really admire Andrey Rublev here, because he could just as well sort of be like, what am I doing here? This kid is so young, he's playing incredible, but he's fighting so hard. He doesn't have any pride in letting his last sweat of drop here, drop of sweat, sweat of drop. It's incredible to watch.
14-7.
Great dig on the return.
Yeah, great dig on the return. I was thinking to myself as that ball dropped on the baseline, if you're Rublev, in your mind you're thinking, gosh dang it. And then the forehand that he missed, I mean, that's not a normal error either. That's feeling the pressure from what Fonseca is doing with him.
These could be it. Such valuable games that he picks on the board here at the start of the third.
And that is Rublev.
Oscillating towards the abyss, but he is hanging on. And that's exactly what he's done. He's kept his serve intact in this third set so far. It's a fragile lead, but it is a lead, 2-1. Under the impression here that Rublev has called for the physio. I'm not sure 100% of that information, but that's what we believe. So there may be just a little bit of a delay here as we await the physio's arrival. But a couple of priceless games from Rublev. Found his first serve when he needed to. Not easy, I'm sure, for him at 27 years of age, having to be as humble as he's needing to be out here at the moment, understanding that he's getting outplayed and then he's got to dig in and just accept the punishment that's being melted out, hoping for the dip that as yet hasn't come.
Has not come at all.
Time.
First time in the main draw for Fonseca, not the first time that Andrey Rublev finds himself down 2 sets to love. It's happened 23 times previously, just a couple of times he's managed to overturn that deficit. Sam Querrey in 2020 at Roland Garros. When he was absolutely red hot, Rublev, at the 500 level. Won 23 consecutive matches at the 500 level between 2020 and 21. He was untouchable, and against Rinderknecht last year at the US Open.
Well held on this ball again. Another mature quality, in my opinion, to hold that ball.
15 seconds.
Immense return from Rublev.
It felt for a moment there, like there was a little ripple, little change.
Now this was really interesting. Andrey Rublev actually mishit that return, so it had a bit of heaviness to it. And then he accelerated the next shot. And this is where Fonseca was late the first time I saw him sitting courtside. And I know that's not his game exactly, but maybe something to consider.
That's phenomenal. The timing, contact point, extension through this ball, the footwork. I feel the same way, Andrey. Wow.
Relentless application to the task here from Rublev.
And there has been, this game is the first game there's been a little drop off. He's made a few unforced errors here in this game that we haven't seen.
He was so eager to stay on the front foot. End up almost rushing himself.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the same thing that I was saying before. A slightly deeper line. I'm talking 10 inches. Gives him just a little bit more time to make the contact point cleaner.
And that's the thing, isn't it? If you don't take your chances, you feel as though there's either a monster forehand around the corner or a huge serve.
Yeah, all credit to Fonseca. The service games that he has been in a little bit of trouble, he's found a way through every single time. Great return there.
Perseverance pays off for Rublev.
Rublev leads 3 games to 1.
First break of the night.
Found the timing there off the return. A few balls a little bit cleaner, a little bit more penetrating.
Love 15. Love 30.
Needs to dig deep again if he's going to get through this.
And again, another double fault. Because of the pressure that Fonseca puts on him. You're never sure if he's going to wander in, take it early, come in behind it. He tried to put it right on the line, Rublev. And he has to run the red line. And already Fonseca primed to get the break back.
That's been one of his most effective serves on that ad side. Slider down the tee. He's beaten him a few times with that on big points.
And that's been the key to his success so far in protecting his serve in this third set, is finding first serves on these breakpoint opportunities. His designated route out of trouble on this ad side, as Brad said, down the tee.
He had him beat. Rublev was guessing forehand on the forehand from Fonseca before that. Got caught leaning a little bit to his right. Oh my goodness.
Advantage Fonseca.
That was huge. Huge.
167 kilometers an hour return. A 7th break point of the set. And it's 7th heaven. Back on serve for the 18-year-old.
Rublev leads by 3 games to 2. Third set, Fonseca leads by 2 sets to none.
How's that for maturity? I mean, Rublev did everything within his power to kind of somehow figure out a way to go 4-1 up. Couldn't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially after getting that back to deuce, Fonseca still staying there, coming up with that absolutely crushed forehand cross court off the return. 104 mile an hour forehand off the return for a clean winner.
And just when you think you've seen it all, he produces something like that.
Time.
Keeps showing us the receipts of his greatness. It's easy to get carried away when you watch somebody like Fonseca, but let's put a bit of meat on the bones. This is the fastest forehand winner of the tournament so far, and it's left this man strings a couple of games ago. And Joe, the man in front of you, Chris Eubanks, on average has one of the fastest forehands in the game.
Well, I was leaning into him and saying, hey, he's almost playing like you at Wimbledon at one time, but I think this guy right here has just surpassed Chris's run at Wimbledon. And isn't it amazing to see how short that little stretch of weak play was? And it wasn't even weak play, it was just a bit more hesitation, a few more unforced errors, but it lasted, what, 5 points, if at all?
Will be 15.
Found something there. Normal service resumed.
Easy, comfortable hold.
3 games all. Third set.
I love the way he holds the ball there. Takes his time, not rushed. Allowed Rublev to commit to the other side.
Out. 15 love.
Out.
30 love. $30-15. $40-15.
Couldn't hold his break, but he's held his head up high. Once again, showing good character in that holder serve, Rublev, 4-3.
Leads 4 games to 3. Third set. Fonseca leads 2 sets to none.
just about 15 minutes away. A little stroll back into the city in the evening. Is Flinders Street right on the corner there. And as we say, much more these days than just a tennis tournament. Craig Tiley and the team just envisaged something just a little bit different, and they've taken it and made it just a great celebration of all things that are great about Australia, Melbourne, and the sport of tennis, and intermingled it with music. And so many kids here as well on the outside courts playing paddle and pickle and everything else.
Time.
Fonseca has been turning the magic on.
Love.
Shouldn't get discouraged from hitting that shot.
He has to keep going for that. I just have the impression through the last few games, I mean, Andrey's not playing his best tennis either. As good as Fonseca's been, as impressive as he's been, and part of that is for sure that he's pressing a little bit because of what Fonseca's doing. But he's made some unforced errors trying to create a little more offense. I don't know that I would call it pressing, but maybe shot selection wise, taking a little more risk here and there because he feels like he has to do a little bit more with the ball. That backhand was a good example, but there was forehands in the game before that were made a couple of errors that are just not characteristic.
Isn't that what the great players do, Brad? They make you beat yourself because you feel like you have to elevate your level.
Absolutely, and Joao Fonseca is absolutely doing that. Not only from the offensive standpoint, but he's been very good on defense. Also, fighting balls back into play, making Rublev have to hit an extra shot. You start to feel like the court is shrinking a little bit, and you're trying to hit the ball closer to the lines. That one got away from him.
30 all.
And again, now a little opportunity here. Deep in the set.
Come on.
A little bit of energy and emotion from Andrey like that. Thought this play coming forward from Fonseca was a little bit forced.
Too conservative.
Too conservative, and the same thing we were talking about before. And Andrea's down there closer, but he's standing in on that second serve, and he mishit the ball. It got relatively deep in the court, but it just didn't have a lot on it. Gives Fonseca time to really load up on that first ball and take time from him.
I mean, he can redistribute from the middle of the court with that forehand as well as anybody on tour already.
Absolutely, no doubt about it. And I mean, again, taking time away early in the rally and then getting that ball right in the middle of the court. He's playing out of the middle of the court, not having to move a lot.
Four games all, third set.
And already good understanding how to conduct the crowd.
Well done.
15 love.
Andrey able to dictate on both of those 2 points, starting out with a good serve to open up the point. Good execution on the ground strokes there.
Wait, please. love. .15. Game, Rublev.
Nice and quick, clean and deadly hold of serve. Very opportune time to deliver that from Rublev. 5-4.
Leads 5 games to 4. Third set. Fonseca leads 2 sets to love.
Andrea, I know you're a fair distance away. Any idea what that was about? Was it about the racket that it sent off that's not back yet?
The racket is actually
it is
there.
back, yeah.
Yeah, it is there. I was wondering whether he asked if the stringers are still there so he can send more rackets back. But it was unfortunately inaudible from here. I thought he said stringing, but I wouldn't bet my house on it if I were you.
Well, at least he's planning for the long haul. Rublev has set a few tests for the 18-year-old throughout the course of this match. Here's another one for Fonseca to try and pass. Can Rublev take us to a fourth?
A few times we've seen him actually push Fonseca away from the baseline on a return.
After the double fault, it feels as though he hasn't hit a second serve above 160. We showed you the number of 175 on average he was hitting with his second serve, but feels like he's dropped pace.
Well, and I will say I saw him in qualifying. I went down to see him in qualifying, and he was not serving the second serve as big as he is today, or as he was today, because I agree with you. I do think it has dropped a little bit.
That's just well done. Holding Rublev on a string on that backhand. He had to look for the cross court from that position.
Unbelievable. Absolutely astonishing.
Running cross-court forehand from here at the feet of Rublev. And then the finish. What a running forehand that was.
Well, in black now, this return stance is working because the second serve has dropped 10 kilometers per hour in speed. Otherwise, it wasn't working before. But I think it's now sure that it's dropped a little in speed.
That makes sense. Fonseca the one giving Rublev a little bit of extra time, the time that I was suggesting that he get from going back a little bit when he was serving bigger, but now he's getting that time, getting a cleaner hit on the second serve. Using the crowd a little bit, that's for sure.
Game zone. Third set.
vicious swing there on that last backhand from Rublev.
Love 15.
Well done. Rublev at that point keeping Fonseca pinned pretty deep behind the baseline. It's the first time we've really seen that. Kept him back there for that entire rally.
I like the fact that his strategy is never static though, Fonseca. Formidable first serves once again from Rublev. After dropping the opening point of that game, that was a fabulous 4 points from Rublev. Carries into 6-5 here in the third set. And he's never resented the challenge that's been posed tonight. He has accepted his fate, and he has tried to turn things in his favor. Lovely little shot of Fonseca's serve there in terms of the ball toss. Zero rotation of the ball, which is what you want for consistency.
In my opinion, no matter how this match ends, I do think this is a huge step forward for Andrey Rublev in terms of mental stability. I think he was exceptional today, and here he is meditating, maybe, considering all the things that are happening and how well Fonseca is playing.
It's only the opening round of the Australian Open, but it already feels like a magical night here in Melbourne. Fonseca trying to get us into a second tiebreaker.
Saw the opening. And that's where, as I was saying before, and you're absolutely not wrong, Mark, that hasn't been able to produce what I would consider really his best tennis, but a big factor in that has been this young Brazilian able to run things down and turn defense to offense.
And there's no question that if you can get yourself out of qualifying in the manner that Fonseca did, very quickly, very easily, he comes in here with a lot of match experience under his belt in these conditions. And as we've seen in the opening rounds, it takes even the best players perhaps a few matches to find their best in a major. Unfortunate for Rublev that he's run into the 18-year-old in the opening round.
Stands out in that point for me, Mark, the slice backhand. As great as his offense is, as big as he hits the ball, he's done a phenomenal job of defending. That slice backhand kept him in that point. And it was a good slice backhand, low, down through the court, and then the finish on the volley. He's so complete for his age. Really impressive. It'll be interesting to see, as Andrea pointed out earlier, in the first breaker, he actually picked his pace up and hit the ball bigger throughout the breaker. See if he's doing that again through this one. Finding first serves, same position we were in set number 1 tiebreak. 3-love up.
3-0. 1 second.
Again, for me, the nuances of the game. Great first serve there from Rublev. Fonseca lets go and makes a really good stab backhand slice return.
What is impressive from the 18-year-old as well is the discipline to play within himself at that moment at 3-love. He knows he's got limitless power on that forehand, but he put it through the middle of the court, allowed Rublev to beat himself.
Love to see Andrey Rublev put out a little bit of extra energy in preparation for this return. Pacing, body language. Well done by Rublev.
4-3. Fonseca.
Keeps fighting. Finds his way back into this breaker.
It's not easy to find Rublev's backhand off that return, and he did it so comfortably. Can the forehand rescue Rublev?
Rublev withstanding the barrage.
5-0.
He survived that point. That was fun to watch from our vantage point, though. Found the inside of the ball on a backhand. The ball was sliding away from Rublev.
6-5. Fonseca.
All the superlatives exhausted, and all apply to Fonseca. Can he apply the final dagger? Simply phenomenal, Fonseca.
3 sets to love. 7-6, 6-3, 7-6.
A final flourish and a flawless performance for his first ever top 10 win. And there are many more to come. Welcome to the top 100. We'll see you in the top 10.
Beyond impressive.
Spare thought for Rublev. He has had his trials and tribulations away from the court, on the court. The struggles he's had have been well documented, explained this week. He came out here and he did everything he could. But there is not a lot you can do to stop this man when he plays like that.
What can you do when he's that dangerous? That last point, perfect example. You give him any sense of time to set up on that forehand, and he is going to hurt you.
Out hit and out of here. We called him Mr. Forehand before, but he had 13 of those winners. This man in your picture had 24. Outrageous. And the backhand down the line, even more special than the finishing shot, to be honest.
Yeah, the backhand down the line on the previous point was just spectacular. It was spectacular. What a shot. And the other thing that stands out for me, Mark, what you mentioned earlier, is that there's a sense of safety. As big as he's hitting the ball, there's a sense of safety. The balls aren't landing a half an inch from the baseline every single time. That last winner was 6 feet, 7 feet up the line.
In Melbourne, a new star is born. He dazzled under the lights. And no better person to interview him after the biggest win of his career than Andrea Petkovic.
Joao, you're 18 years old. Okay. That already gets an applause, but I wanted to say you're 18 years old and you just beat the #9 player in the world, Andrey Rublev. What were your thoughts on your tennis? Because we were all very, very impressed with your performance.
I mean, not bad. I just enjoyed every moment in this court, this amazing court. It's my first time playing in a huge stadium and my first main draw of a Grand Slam, so I just enjoy playing. And I really want to thank this amazing crowd. There are some Brazilians here. A lot of Brazilians here who are cheering for me, and I just enjoy every moment. Just thank you a lot.
You really electrified the crowd, and you just mentioned it. There were a lot of firsts for you today. First time at the Australian Open, first time Grand Slam main draw, first time playing a top 10. How do you approach this? You seem to be okay?
I was just focusing my game, like trying to put no pressure on myself, playing with a top 10 guy in a huge stadium, and just trying to call the crowd to help me, and I just enjoyed playing. I was just playing my game, and well, now we're in the second round.
Into the second round, Lorenzo Sonego is waiting for you there, and I thought you will not have played so many of these guys, but you actually played Lorenzo already, and you beat him. But I have to ask you one other thing. In the tie breaks, you played your best tennis. What's your secret? Again, he's 18 years old, and you played even better than you did before. How did you do it?
Well, I just tried to put all the intensity on the important points, and I think is one thing of myself that in the important points I play better. I go for the shots, and I'm courage. So, yeah, that was the difference today, and yeah.
Very well done. Just one last question for me. If I go to Brazil and I want to buy the talent that you have, how much money do you think I would need?
I mean,
it's unfair, this question, I know.
It's a little bit unfair. Like Roger says, talent's not enough with hard work, so I put a lot of hard work. Just me and my team knows that. And yeah, I think that's it. One last thing I want to say. Aqui é Brasil, vamos!
Joao Fonseca, everybody, into the second round.
Just wow from Joao.
That could be the line. That could be the meme.
But you know, I just had somebody message me and they said it's because of the Big Four that we have been fortunate enough to see the birth of the stars that we currently have out there, the likes of Sinner, the Alcaraz, Joao Fonseca, the way that they're playing the game from what they've seen over the last amazing 20 decades. So a big assist from them, and a big assist to his coach, who has put together just a superstar, and he is a superstar. It is a magnetic brand of tennis. When he is on the court, you just don't want to think about anything else.
And he was completely unfazed by the
51
situation.
winners, Brad,
that's
in 3 sets.
I mean,
against the world number 9.
Yeah, throw the rankings out the window. Obviously, he doesn't care. It's about the tennis, and producing the tennis that he did tonight was better than the guy who was on the other side of the net, and that happened to be a guy who's ranked 9 in the world. And I think that's what he's going to bring to the court on a regular basis, and it's going to be really, really exciting and fun and interesting to watch his development throughout this year and for the rest of his career.
A straight sets win, but in isolation, one of the greatest performances that you will see from an 18-year-old. He is so special. Look at that. What it's going to mean to Brazil, what it's going to mean to global tennis. And as he said, he's cleared the first hurdle, and there's potentially 6 more to go. Sonego, the Italian, in the next one. Margaret up against Tiafo, who had an epic battle, and one of the Brazilians out. Zajbosz-Wilch in 4 sets. But we leave you tonight with an indelible image of Joao Fonseca, the new kid on the block.
Parabéns! De Brasil, onde você treinou.
Valeu, obrigado, pessoal.
Tamo junto, tamo junto.
Quem é que jogou isso nessa? Tá jogando muito, tá jogando muito. Leva nessa wrong.
Presta caneta.
Brasil!
Ale his choice.